Welcome everybody. Welcome, welcome. It is the final game of PlayStation 1 month. We've still got one more stream on Saturday. Which is the grab bag stream. But we gotta get through this first. This is Ridge Racer Type 4. One of my favorite games of all time. Easily one of the best racing games ever made. It's just incredible how much love went into this game. The soundtrack is cohesive the whole way through. The game has a very, I don't want to say creative, but it's a very enticing theme throughout. There's dialogue in the game, which is, you know, not written in a corny way. It's actually pretty good. And the whole vibe of the game is just incredible. Yeah, it's fantastic. So, those of you who were here last year for my birthday stream may remember I tried to get through this game with the Dig Racing team and Lizard car manufacturer combo, which is one of the, we'll call it canon combos in the game, without having to retry or getting anything except first. So in other words, having a perfect career. It is extremely difficult. I did not manage to do it. I have done it twice in the past 2 days. I'm really hoping to get it on stream. We will try for it 3 times. And if I can't get it on the 3rd try, I'll plug in the memory card and we'll save through it. Okay? So this stream could be anywhere from, I think the earliest I'll be done is within 4 hours, and then the longest it could be is probably like 6.5. It's gonna be a long stream. Literally US Motorsports canon, yeah. This is the Haas racing team, right? So, while this song winds down here, let's take a look at the box art. Huh. Look at that solid yellow. I wonder if that's going to be a theme in the game. It most definitely is. Just in case you've never seen Ridge Racer Type 4 before. Here's the back. R4 has to be the best looking PlayStation racer ever. This is not hyperbole. I actually think this is like almost entirely true. There's a few racing games that come pretty close. Vanishing Point looks really, really good, which is a racer that nobody has ever heard of. Kind of forgotten. And there's one more, I can't remember off the top of my head what it is, but there's another one that looks really, really good. Looks better than the Gran Turismo games. How many Galagas are in the game? I think there is a sticker you can put on your car. That is the only one that I can remember. Chat isn't showing up on my stream. You're right. Let me see here. Always show messages is on. It looks like it's connected. Hold on. Is it because... Hey Zencom, hey Eyes, how are y'all doing? I better put the Galaga sticker on the car. I should. I don't know, why is my chat not working? Am I not connected to Streamlabs or something? Is that what's going on? Hold on. Let me see if I can change this mid-stream. It says I'm logged into Twitch. Of course, chat stops working on the last possible game. Hold on. What if I remove it? Check this out. What if I remove it and then I add it back in? Let me make sure 450 by 360. Remove. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Where's my chat? Chat highlight? No. Chat. Chat. Okay, it might be a little off-center, considering I'm doing this on the fly. I'm not seeing anything come up for it. It's on top of everything. Yeah, it's on top of everything, but I don't see it coming up. I better put the Galaga sticker on the car. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, it might be Streamlabs' fault. What do you think? Should I restart the stream here, or should I just keep going? What do you think I should do? I'm not gonna leave. I've got like at least 4 hours of game time ahead of me, so don't worry about that. I think it had trouble connecting. I'm not sure why. Your hilarious commentary won't be recorded. Yeah, that's a problem. Let me see if I can log into Streamlabs. See if that'll fix it. If this doesn't fix it, I'll restart Streamlabs. But let me talk a little bit more about the game. So, there are over 300 different vehicles in this game. Is my... I wonder if it's Comcast, actually. Because I can't reach Streamlabs right now. Technically, what it says is Google Ad services I can't reach. What the hell? Okay, here we go. Continue with Twitch. There's over 300 cars in this game. I'm not going to be able to get all of the cars, obviously. It takes like... Speedruns of it take like 12 hours or something like that. It's really long. So I won't be able to do that tonight, but I do want to show off like perfect runs of the different teams, because you will be seeing different stories and things like that. Let's see, all widgets. It looks like it's set up. Yeah, I will, don't worry. This game has some funny hardware tricks up its sleeve. This is one of only 2 US PlayStation 1 games that still have the capability for a specific meme hardware programmed in, so you can actually use it. Oh! There it is. It's working. Okay. Yeah, don't worry. I will get to it. Okay. So we spent long enough looking at the back and trying to fix this crap. Let's get inside the case here. There are 2 different images inside the case. There's this one. And these are like beautiful 3D renders from the time. Like you couldn't get prettier than this with 3D renders from this era. Okay. So, there's those, and then we got the disc itself, another very nice like yellow/yellow-orange color. Yeah, the Pac-Man car. If you get all 320 vehicles in the game, you are allowed to unlock the Pac-Man car. It is a 321st vehicle. Good luck doing that. Legit. It takes a long time, as I said. But it's fun. You get a special song for the car, too, called Eat 'em Up, which is a remix of the Pac-Man theme, just for this game. Okay, so we're not gonna read the whole manual, but we are gonna go through it and touch on some fun stuff. Also, another thing I wanted to mention is I do have Rage Racer, just for anybody wondering. I do have Rage Racer, but I am not playing it for this month because I don't like it as much as the other 3 games. I think it's got kind of a dull look to it compared to the other 3, so... Does TJ Simon drive it? Don't we all wish? Um, so here's Reiko Nagase, the eternal Ridge Racer mascot. Not mascot, I guess you could call her a flag girl? I don't know what you call them. I don't want to call her a race queen because she does more than just, like, stand there. So, I am going to be using the NegCon, also known as the Nejicon, tonight. Basically, you twist it in each direction in order to steer the car. And you want to twist it pretty much all the way around. It has 135 degrees of rotation. So you can kind of twist it like way over. Also, this is the game that came with the famous JogCon. The JogCon, in my opinion, is not a good controller, but it's interesting. You are meant to hold the PlayStation controller like you normally would, and then put your thumbs right in the center, because there is a wheel in the center of the controller that you turn. So you could get this with a JogCon for 20 extra bucks. The JogCons are kind of expensive now, but they're not really that worth it in my opinion. Yeah. I've had the chance to buy a JogCon separately, and I had the chance to buy the special edition when this game was new, and I declined both. Then you can also play with the analog controller, but you do not get as much turn out of the cars if you use the analog sticks. So here is the NegCon. This is how I'm going to be using it tonight. I'm not going to be using the default controls. You'll see the controls that I use once we get in-game, so don't worry. But you can see in the center there, that's how you twist it. This is the JogCon. It looks like hell. That thing in the center is a flat disc, which you steer with. And you can see there's a little indent on the top there, the top center of the wheel, and that is your, like, if you're driving a race car and you see a line on the steering wheel, that's your center line. So that's what it is. It is ugly. It's kind of funky. Also, there's a safety mode with the JogCon. It's supposed to have forced feedback, which is like its main selling point, but it doesn't really work as well as you would expect like a more modern wheel to, like the PS2 wheels and stuff. So yeah, I'm not gonna be using the JogCon. So game modes, we're gonna be playing Grand Prix almost the entire time. So there are 4 different storylines in this game, one for each team, and there are many different ways that you can go through the story. And depending on your result, you will get different dialogue. We're trying to get the best dialogue for each team. I may end up saving and loading for some of them if I don't get first in a race. Hopefully that doesn't happen though. DRT is easily the hardest team in the game, by far, to get all first places with, which is why I'm trying to get out of the way first. And then we'll do Racing Team Solvalu. We'll do the Pack Racing Team. I forget what PAC stands for. And then we'll do Micromouse Mappy, which is the easiest racing team. Sigma. Oh my god. We won't be playing time attack, but there is a time attack in here. It's fun if you want to compete with your friends in time attack, but you know, that's up to you. Versus battle, garage. We will have to go in the garage to move around our cars. You can only have 8 cars registered that you can use in the different modes, but if you go in the garage, you can look at all the cars that you have. So we'll be checking that out at some point. We also have records, save and load, options. We'll have to go to options to change the controls for the NegCon. And there is one more mode called Extra Trial, which is, you know, just like a lot of Ridge Racer games where you can earn very special cars if you beat them in a race. So we will get the Extra Trial after we beat our first Grand Prix. Not going to talk about the Grand Prix because it explains it in the game. All this stuff explained as well. Car data menu, we're going to be using manual transmission for the whole game because you have more control. You can also get a boost start if you use manual transmission, which I'm going to be trying to do. I've been failing the boost starts today, but I was like on it 2 days ago. So we'll see how I do. Let's see what else we have here. Oops. You get a new car after Heat 1 and after Heat 2, and then at the final race. Those are when you get your new cars. So how well you do, and if you have to restart any race, that will determine what car you get. The worse you do, the worse car you get. So you want to do the best. It doesn't make it any really easier or harder if you get a crappy car. It just kind of makes things slower. So you don't want to end up getting a crappy car because it just takes more time. I keep going here. Versus battle. Garage. We're gonna do the garage stuff. Design. Galaga, this is how you put the sticker on. I'll make sure I put it on at least one of the cars that I know I have to use for Extra Trial before we do Extra Trial, but we won't have a chance to use it in the Grand Prix itself. But I'll make sure I use it on one car. Let's see what else we got here. Decal edit. You can make your own decals. There's a lot of information about that. Records, save and load, options. Here are your manufacturer information. I'm not going to go over these because it says in game as well, but you can see the different car types here. So you can see kind of what we're going to be driving in general. When we do RTS, we're going to be driving Assoluto. When we drive Micro Mouse Mappy, we're going to be using Aj Solo. Lizard for the Dig Racing team. And then Tarazi for the Pack Racing team. And these are kind of hinted at in the game itself. The extra trial cars that you can get have special liveries for the cannon combination of manufacturer and racing team. And also, you'll see in the background of the last 2 races, like before the race when you're talking to your team manager, you'll see in the background what the actual canon, you know, car groups are supposed to be. Now it says tuning here. You see how it says tuning expert? I don't think that's actually tuning, because Dig Racing Team's cars aren't really that bad in the late game, but the computer is way, way, way faster than any of the other teams. Like, I tried with Pack Racing Club. It was a joke the whole way through. The whole game was a joke. I tried with Solvalu. Only the 5th and 7th races, which are fairly hard in general, posed any kind of a challenge. And even then, it was like you know, I had to mess up a lot in order to lose. So, Dig Racing Team, pretty much the whole way through, you're going to have trouble. However, the 5th and 7th races in particular are going to be the really hard ones. The 5th race is in Phantomile. It's a very short race. It's about 1 minute and 40 seconds for 3 laps. And you have to pass, you know, all the other cars on the track. And then the 7th race is, I forget if it's Heaven or Hell or Heaven and Hell is the name of the course. It's very difficult. So yeah, you'll see. You'll see. Here we go. Here's the course descriptions. Heaven and Hell and Phantomile. These are the 2 ones you gotta watch out for. If we can make it past Phantomile with Dig Racing Team, I can probably make it past Heaven and Hell. I've gotten a lot better at it since I started playing the other day. The rest of the races aren't too bad. We should be able to get through them without too much trouble. Also talks about there's 2 different types of cornering for the manufacturers. So Tarazi and Aj Solo cars use grip. Okay, and the way we're going to do grip is not how they describe it here. We are going to turn into a corner with the accelerator on, and we're going to either tap or press the brake, and the car will turn itself very quickly. And there's no drifting with the grip cars. And then the drift cornering method is shared between the Assoluto and Lizard manufacturers. And generally you want to approach the corner the exact same way you would with a grip car, but you have to let off the gas and then tap the brake in order to initiate a drift. We don't want to do it this way. It says to let off the accelerator and then press back on, but that takes a little bit longer, and you will inevitably lose a little bit more speed by doing that. Here it is. So this is one of the 2 US PS1 titles that still has Pocket Station support programmed into the game. So if you actually own a Pocket Station, for whatever reason, you can use it with Ridge Racer Type 4. You can also use it with Final Fantasy VIII. I believe the references to it were taken out of the Final Fantasy VIII manual. I could be wrong about that, but it is still usable within the game itself. They never came out in the US. You must have a Japanese model of the Pocket Station, but they were abandoned very, very late into their development. So that's why you see them in these 2 games. So it talks about how to use the Pocket Station. I do not own a Pocket Station, by the way. I'm sorry. We will not be using it. And then for whatever reason, this particular manual has the back of the Japanese case, which kindly tells us that this game comes with a bonus disc of Ridge Racer High Spec version, also known as Turbo Mode disc in the US. And I have played that. I played it earlier this month. I think I still might have my other copy of it. Because I have an older set of Ridge Racer Type 4 and Ridge Racer Turbo Mode discs that I eventually replaced because I did not have the case or the manual. I got them from like Blockbuster, used or something like that, so there you go. Okay. So what we're going to do here, I am going to restart the game so that you can see the intro, because this game has a fantastic intro. And while I do that, I will swap the screen over. So hang in there, everybody. I will be right back. Where is my... There it is. Take a little sip of my drink. Oh yeah, it is absolutely time.
He's the one for me. There's no place I'd rather be. Yeah, yeah, yeah. To the finish line. Everywhere you look, he's right on time.
So those credits you saw, you're gonna find out who those are in a minute. They are fake credits. But it's pretty cool to see them there. Something you only really realize when you've played the game a lot. So the first time you start up this game, you'll probably be like, okay, this must be people who directed the game or something. But no. For feet, yeah. One of the earlier 3D games with foot fetish material. Also, I think this part is really funny. She, like, tries to give him a flirty face, but he's clearly pulled over in a race car. Like, it's very clear that she's gonna get a ride. She doesn't need to do all that. Welcome to the world of Ridge Racer. This was not my introduction to the series, and I was, you know, positive on the series before this, but it was like a relatively warm positive. It wasn't like, oh my god, this is one of the best series of all time. Then I played this game. This game is incredible. So we're gonna go to type E. So this is what I've been using for the other games. Shift up is down on the D-pad, shift down is up on the D-pad, which is a little bit funky. But the acceleration and brake are on the digital buttons rather than the analog buttons, which I like. It's a little bit hard to mess with the analog buttons for Ridge Racer, so this is what we're gonna use. Okay, and then I have to hold it in an untwisted position, press start. We want a small dead zone, but we want a dead zone nonetheless. And we want full rotation. So this is what I'm going to be doing for the next 4 hours. It's going to be a little bit painful by the end. And also, I have the Zoolander problem, where it's hard for me to drift to the left. So that's also why we're getting rid of the drift teams quickly. Gonna try and get them out of the way first. But yeah, it's because of the way the controller is set up, it's a little bit hard to drift to the left with these style controls, but we should be okay. So we're gonna go to Grand Prix. I gotta remember to not skip all this, because I've been doing that in my practice attempts.
Welcome to the Real Racing Roots 99 Grand Prix.
We can turn this up a little bit.
Here are the rules of competition for this Grand Prix. The Grand Prix consists of 3 stages with a total of 8 races. Stages 1 and 2 each consist of 2 races, while the final round consists of 4 races. You have 4 chances to advance through each race.
We don't want to use any of our chances.
You must finish within a qualifying position to advance through each
Anywhere.
race of the Grand Prix. If you fail to advance, you must retire from the Grand Prix.
I'm not an ampy drifter, yeah.
Qualifying position for each stage is as follows. you must finish third or better in each race to advance through stage 1. Second place or better in each race to advance.
We cannot get second or third anywhere.
And finally,
that's the goal here.
First place finish is required for all 4 races in the final round. To win the Grand Prix, you must advance through the first 2 stages and place first in all 4 races of the final round.
Trying to get all 4 good endings, good storylines.
Good luck.
Okay, so that's the only time we'll watch that. That one's the same every time. 4 racing teams welcome you to join them. Please select a team. Alright, so we've got the Pack Racing Club, Racing Team Solvaloo, RC Micro Mouse Mappy, and the Dig Racing Team, also known as Dirt, because they are dirt poor and their cars are garbage. So a winning team in the past, this American team is in a slump. Their limited budget will make a winning season difficult to achieve. And you can see up at the top it says Tuning Expert. That's just the, I'm pretty sure that's just the AI difficulty. You do have bad, what do you call it? Bad tuning at first, but the cars do get better. So welcome to the Dig Racing team. I'm Robert Chrisman, the team manager. The team's been looking forward to meeting you. Maybe you heard through the grapevine. Our team's performance has been, shall we say, less than stellar in recent years. In fact, people call us the Dig Your Own Grave team. Well, even though this might be the first and last season we work together, let's give it our all. Let's get down to business, shall we? I want you to choose the car manufacturer for us this season. This never happens in real motorsport. Don't think this is the case. You can choose 1 car manufacturer out of 4 to sponsor your team for the season. Please select the manufacturer. Alright, so there's Assoluto. We're not going to be using this one yet. Lizard, who we will be using. Tarazi. And Aj Solo. We can look at their cars real quick. Kind of get the idea of how their cars look. Alright, an American auto manufacturer. Their designs are noted for their dynamic and aggressive forms. So each manufacturer and team, you want to line up the place that they're from. So USA, USA, Italy, Italy, Japan, Japan, and France, France. Who wouldn't pick something called Lizard? So this is one of the 2 drift types. So we're gonna go in on Lizard. And this is the car we start with, the Bonfire. 102 miles per hour max speed. Keep that in mind, because the next team we're gonna pick, I want you to compare the stats, because it's gonna be pretty interesting. So yeah, let's do it. I'm gonna pick manual. Lizard is our sponsor, just like you asked. You'll be driving their cars for this season. The tail ends of Lizard's cars have a tendency to slide based on how you work the accelerator and brakes. We've got our new car, and we're ready to roll. Let's concentrate on getting through the first heat for now. Alright. Ooh, so Helter Skelter is the first one we're going to. Remind me, once we get into the final set of stages, the final 4, to not lean back in my chair and relax, because I'm gonna need to actually, like, get on it. Anyway, you get a nice little preview of the track here in dot matrix form, which is really cool. Yeah, it's 102 for the first car. There are 4 cars that we'll get through the course of the GP.
Real Racing Weeks 99 in Helter Skelter. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, cool. I got the boost start. So that boost start, I'll explain now. I didn't want to explain while I was doing it because I was messing up. You want to get the tachometer to around 12 o'clock position. And once it gets up there, you want to shift up and keep the tachometer around that position the whole time. Until you get to either 4th or 5th gear. Take this full speed. And when you get to 4th or 5th gear, you want to shift into 4th or 5th at the exact, like, I would say like a quarter second before go. If you shift too early or too late, you will stop and just have no speed at all and have to shift back down to 1st. But we did it successfully. When I was practicing earlier, I was having trouble with the boost starts, but luckily you can still come back even with the Dig Racing Team Lizard combo. You should be able to come back even if you have a crappy start for most of the tracks. If I have a bad start on Phantom Isle, we might have to actually give up and restart the whole thing, but we'll see. So for the drifts, you want to drift before the corner if you can, and spend as little time in the drift as possible, just like other Ridge Racer games. Also, this car is blocking me, so I'm going to try and go on the inside here. Nope. Alright. There we go. Should be fine. You only get 2 laps on the first 2 stages, so the first heat, both courses are 2 laps. And then on all the rest of the heats, except for the very final race of the game, you get 3 laps. Hey, she's done it. Alright, I'm gonna sit up now just so I don't forget. Really don't want to fuck it up. Move my mic around a little bit. So this game has some really, really smooth graphics for a PlayStation 1 racing game. It also runs at a pretty steady 30 frames per second. There are a few tracks that cut it back a little bit, but generally it's really nice. I believe I can also turn on a filter here, a blur filter, which was really cool at the time. This is like PS2 era stuff in a PS1 game. But yeah. Okay. So we got more story. Amazing! You got 1st place! You're a natural, no doubt about it. But when I spoke to our owner about the race today, all he had to say was, our team logo doesn't show up well on TV. All he thinks about is the corporate image. Man, give me a break. At any rate, there's one more race left in the first heat. Since you seem to know what you're doing, all I can do is wish you luck. Dig Dug wins, yes. Alright. Wonder Hill isn't too bad. It's got a very tricky corner, which you'll see in Heaven and Hell later. But for the most part, it's not too bad.
Real Racing Roots 99 in Wonder Hill.
Also, the race girls and the
3, 2, 1, go!
in the beginning of the game are specific to each team, which is kind of cool. You will see a different race girl later on in the final heat. The final GP, or whatever it's called. A lot of being good at this game is knowing where you can take corners with full acceleration versus where you need to drift. And also how early to drift. That was a little early there, but that wasn't too bad. If we can get third on this lap, we should have a chew-in. It's possible to get second, although with that corner mess up, I don't think I can get into second here. Ooh, bonk. Fourth would be not good, but we should be able to get into third fine. Past this Micro Mouse Mappy car. Here we go. Okay, so we're not in second here. We could have gotten into second if we hadn't have messed up that corner. It's pretty damn difficult with Dig Racing Team, but it can be done. And the RTS car should be just ahead of this pack team car. Usually they're pretty close, although I'm not seeing them here. That was really good. Not bonking in that corner is really, really hard. We're gonna have to do it for extra trial as well. But yeah, so far so good. Had to tap the brake there in order to get back on course. I was gonna smack the wall if I didn't. Turned in a little bit late. There we go. Hey, not bad. Very good second lap. It is possible to make mistakes and get past. Generally doesn't happen too often, though. Hey, Aria, how are you doing? Incredible! First place again? Wow! I haven't seen the likes of you in a while. But listen, the only thing our owner had to say was the race footage would make a great commercial. For crying out loud, all he thinks about are those commercials. No wonder Lewis left this team. Oh, never mind. You breeze through the first heat. The second heat is next, and it won't be as easy. Let's call it a day and get some rest. Okay. Thank you, Aria. Alright, so we're not going to save. The whole point here is to get this done in one go. I'm going to give it 3 attempts for the Dig Racing team. And on the 3rd attempt, I'll start saving. So here's the new car. Max speed plus 18 miles an hour up. So the first car was 102, right? It's all up to you to master. Good luck. So this has like a combined vibe of like the C3 and C5 Corvettes. It's called the Officer. Max speed is 125. Alright. Thanks to you, we were able to get a new car for the second heat. I was able to increase our budget somewhat. As a result, we were able to get a car with good specs. In addition, the crew made some mods to boost its basic performance. We sacrificed the controls, but on the other hand, it's tuned for speed. Just remember one thing. The other teams have new cars as well, so the competition will be fierce. Don't be caught napping. This is gonna be a tough race, so hang in there. This one actually isn't that bad, don't worry. So these two races are pretty easy. The first one is not hard at all.
99 in Edge of the Earth.
The one after this is a little bit tricky though.
2, 1, go!
See, I was late there. I was too late. I'm going into 5th. You're gonna see what it's like when we start from a standstill. It won't be too different. But we definitely don't want to see that when we go to Phantom Isle. Alright, so now that we're on 3 laps, we generally want to be in 4th at least. By lap 2, but you can be in 5th and still easily get through the race. It is possible to get into 3rd on the first lap of some of these, but it's kind of hard. So we're not going to be in 4th, but we're not too far behind. It's because of that really bad start. See, we can see 4th at least. We definitely want to be in 3rd by the last lap, and we want to see 2nd place. If we can't see 2nd place, we're gonna have to pull like a perfect lap. Okay, there's 3rd. So this corner you actually can't make if you're using an analog controller. You can make it, but you have to start from like much further out. Definitely faster to use the Negcon. Alright, we can already see 2nd, so we're in good position. We should catch up to 2nd on the straight here. Probably get by before the first corner. There we go. So now we're looking for the silver and blue and white RTS car up in 1st. They just went around this corner. That was a little close. There they are. Need to remember not to take risks with DRT. That's the main thing. You always want to avoid the opponent cars as much as you can. We should still be able to get by. Right here, probably. So you see how close that was? That's an easy race. That's an easy race when you don't get the speed boost. Yes, if you bonk them on the back, they get a speed boost and you get slowed down in typical Ridge Racer fashion. If they hit you from behind, the same thing happens with you, except they don't get a speed deficit. They continue going the same speed. Unlike older Ridge Racer games. First place with a brand new car? It's true that we tuned it for speed, but you really amazed me. In fact, you performed better than I thought you would. I'm gonna negotiate with our owner to increase our team budget. Just wait. I'm gonna make sure we get it. The final race of this heat is coming up. I'm sure you'll advance to the finals. I believe in you. Robert Crispin is really good. He's really good. All the characters in this game are good, but he's my favorite. There's 4 different main characters, you'll see. The other thing I was gonna say about getting bopped by opponents, if you hit each other on the side and it's not a particularly like strong collision, usually the computer gets slowed down, but you don't. So it's okay to hit them from the side.
99 in, out of blue. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, that time I was too early on the shift. We should be fine here. This is one of my stronger tracks. The main thing is there's one corner which is really difficult. It's not that one. That one looked pretty close, but I know what I'm doing there. There's the lag. This is one of the ones that lags a little bit. This corner. Almost got it. So that corner is extremely difficult to take without hitting the wall. But usually it's not too big of a deal. As you can see, we're already in 5th. We got quite a... like maybe another mile of the lap to go. And you'll see this is one of the courses we've been on already. It's changed around a little bit. Different layout. Just like in the earlier Ridge Racer games. We've gone by our teammate. We're already in 4th. And we're just about to start the 2nd lap. So yeah, this is one of my stronger tracks. Even if I bonk the wall in that section, I know how to get up to speed very quickly, thankfully. I'd like to pass 2 cars on this lap, but 1 is okay. There we go. Might be able to pass another one before the start-finish straight. Watch out. 50 more horsepower, 100% true, got it. I think Dig Racing Team probably should have thought of that. Maybe they wouldn't be in such dire straits right now.
Okay, this is my lap. Keep it cool.
Also, this guy's ending, Robert Crispin, his ending is really heartwarming, in my opinion. After I got the perfect run 2 days ago, I almost cried watching the ending. I was like, oh my god. I saw that gap. I went for it. Alright, we should cruise to 1st here. It works in real life too. Thank you for letting me know. I'll be sure to put one on my MX-5. Oh, okay, here we go. This is the tricky one. Even if I get a speed boost in next race, I will catch I believe it's the 5th place car at a really difficult spot in the track. We'll see how it goes. Hello? Right. Yes. What? For an ad? Something to generate buzz, but can't you at least wait for the next race results to come in? Fine. It's you. I was just talking to our owner. It seems like he wants to kick you off the team and bring in some famous driver from another team. I'm sorry to rain on your parade at a time like this. Oh, and a belated congratulations on your win. But the next race is gonna be a lot tougher. At least for now, we should celebrate our win. Besides, we can still look forward to the challenges ahead. This actually happens in real motorsports. This is something that does happen. Alright, here we go.
You've got a new car ready
But
to
first,
roll.
we've got a new car ready to roll. Look at this beast. It looks like a lizard. Max speed plus 18 miles an hour. The ignition, 153. We're up to 153 miles an hour now. So we've got 102, 125, and 153. Hey party bus, how are you doing? Our owner was feeling generous, so he decided to give us a large budget increase. He probably did it to butter me up for his plan to replace you with a famous driver. Frankly, I don't care about our owner's intent. At least we can now get a car that's worthy of our team. But from what I heard, the other teams have put an effort into getting new cars as well. So the upshot of all this is that we still have a hard battle ahead. At this point, I have only one thing to say. Do your best to win. Subscriber badges that are different cars? I could do that! I could definitely do that. Have some Ridge Racer Type 4 cars. I'm doing good, Party Bus. We're still on the first attempt for Dig Racing Team here. But it might end right here. We'll see. Okay, I need to time this perfectly. If I mess it up, there's a possibility I could still win, but it's going to be very difficult.
Real Racing Roots 99.
Probably not going to talk during this race.
3, 2, 1, go! Here we go. It's showtime. 3 laps to go.
Okay, that's one of the 2 top races out of the way. Oh my god. That was pretty bad. I think I messed up the really important corner all 3 laps. Oh. Yeah, that's part 1 here. It's possible the next race could mess me up too, but usually I don't have too much difficulty with it. There is a left drift in the next race though. Hello? It's me, Chrisman. I've made my decision regarding your request. I understand your desire to generate publicity. However, I'm not cutting our driver from our team. If you disagree with my decision, you can fire me right now. Hey, how are you? Well done. You were perfect. I think your victory is a testament to our team's dedication. Well, that phone call? Don't pay any attention to it. I just said what had to be said. Just don't lose your focus. We're counting on you to win the second race now. We are 100% behind you. Chrisman is so good. He's so good. Alright, brightest night. So you can see the little acute corner there in the middle of the track. That is the left-hand drift. Usually I don't do too bad at it here, but we'll see.
Real Racing Weeks 99 in
That would be interesting.
Night. 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, I got the timing.
3 laps to go.
So luckily this car is like full acceleration for a lot of this track. So you can do a little trick there with gear shifting in order to get some speed back quickly. Did it too early there, but we're okay. Being in 4th here is really good. We'd have made no mistakes on the first lap except for that gear shift. Pass the Micro Mouse Mappy car. No! Here's the Tarazi, the Pack Racing Team, Club, whatever. Alright, we should be fine here. We might be in first before the last lap. Yeah, the brake light trail effect is really cool. It blew me away when I first played this game. There's a lot of stuff that you kind of take for granted now. The lights on the side having like actual transparency to make them look more like real lights is really cool. They have like more transparency as they get further away from the light source. Easy. Do I ever dream about driving? Oh, yeah. I used to have nightmares about it when I had my shitty Oldsmobile Alero that was falling apart, and now I have, like, really good dreams about it. Oh, we got a 1 minute flat time. That's really good. That's really good for that track. Newsflash! RRR backstage drama. DRT manager and owner at odds over driver. So these are the last two races coming up. You can see in the background the DRT car. That is the, I believe that's the second car you get, the officer. That's what it looks like. So that is why it's one of the canon cars in this game. Canon combos, I should say. It's Lizard and DRT. Chrisman may be ousted after the season. Leaked to the press by our owner. I don't believe it. Oh, it's you. You got 2 wins in a row. There's been only one other driver who's done this in the past. That would be Giuliano Gilbert, who used to race with RTS. He was an incredible driver, but he passed away. His father was Enki Gilbert. He's the manager of RTS. We'll be meeting him soon, hopefully. There are 2 races left. The other teams aren't going to back down now. The last thing we want to do is get defensive and play it safe. We need to be on the offensive and go all out. So yeah, our team boss is extremely manipulative. Asshole. Whereas our team manager is killing it. The other driver was Pac-Man himself. Alright, here we go. Part 2. Probably gonna be quiet for most of this one.
Heaven and hell. 3, 2, 1, go!
She's done it?
It's showtime. 3 laps to go.
No. Please. Okay, I need to have a really good last back half. This course has 2 left-hand drift corners, unfortunately. Holy shit, I did it. That turn is really hard to take at full speed. It's a big time save if you can get it, though. That was huge. Give me one more position on this lap, please. To back out a little bit there. That's okay. One more. perfect corner. Holy shit. Oh, okay. Can't breathe easy yet. I gotta get through the downhill. Okay, one more race. What's up, Liam? Yes! Yes, the best PS1 game that I own. There might be better ones out there, but this one is, I've never played anything better than Ridge Racer Type 4 on PS1. At least personally. Metal Gear Solid comes close. Okay. You're gonna need to source this soundtrack. Get the 20th anniversary soundtrack. There should be a rip of it out there somewhere. If not, I can grab you a rip because I own it. Yeah, of course. So last year on my birthday, I got this far, and then I failed to get first in the very last race. So it's not over yet. 3 wins in a row without failing. You've made history at RRR. You still have the final race to run. I'm really looking forward to it. I plan on providing you with something special that will help you on the last race. Besides, now that we've come this far, we can't go home without a perfect race, right? Vectrex squad up in here! Oh my god! Oh, the 2 Vectrex owners in the US still here, hanging out. Oh my god!
You've got a new car.
Wax on the Walkman. Absolutely stunting on him with that. Max speed plus 54. So we've got 102, 125, 153, and now 209 with the Reckless. Alright, this race is actually much easier with the Negcon than it is with the analog stick, so I should be okay. We got one more little dialogue here. Have you seen her yet? She's a car that we developed for the final race. This is the best that we can do for you. Now it's your turn to bring victory back to our team. But we need to remember that the other teams have prepared for this race too. It looks like they've gone the extra mile to get ready. Concentrate on the race and do your best. Alright. Negcon? Negcon. It's, I think it's technically pronounced Negicon, because Neji is twist in Japanese, but it's Negcon. It is the preferred way to play Ridge Racer games, because you get a better turning angle with it. It's like coded into the game that you turn better with the Negcon, yeah. Okay, so one of the really cool things about Ridge Racer Type 4 is it's placed in 99, and the last race takes place shortly before midnight of 2000, the millennium. So if you want to party like it's 1999 on New Year's, this is a game to play. Okay, we got the boost start. We should be perfectly fine here. Always wanting to party like it's 99, yeah. So So as you can see, we've got 6 laps in this race instead of 3. I think it's possible to get a 28.5 lap in this car, but it's pretty difficult. We also have to deal with traffic. Okay, we're in second. 28.6 even with the traffic that we had to deal with. I think I want to stay a little bit in here. There we go. Stay inside here until the sign, and then you back out a little bit. Take this corner full speed. There we go. Almost a 28.4. Stop focusing on your lap times. Let's just get it done. Just get it done. Stay on the inside here. I don't want to deal with that car. Okay. And we gotta not hit this Micro Mouse Mappy car. Alright. We should be good till the end of the race now. Had to back out a little bit there because the car pushed me inside. We're okay though. We did it. Whew! I have not. I heard about the chart. I have not seen it though.
Hey,
think
now a win by the Dig Racing team.
God, I forgot about this.
This is a shocker, ladies and gentlemen. Who would have thought this could happen? You guys were always the first to come in last place. Everyone thought you guys were all washed up, just dreaming about your past glories. But you really showed us today that you got some of that old fight left in you. Even when everyone wrote you off as a bunch of losers, you really showed them you're still number one. You earned your bragging rights again. Congratulations, you losers. I mean, the fastest team alive.
Oh my
the
God.
Dig Racing team.
So, just in case you didn't see, on the last lap you get fireworks because it's changing to the new year, the new millennium. You might be able to see it in the replay here, yeah. It was really cool driving this, like the first time I played it and I saw the fireworks pop up on the end of the last lap. It's so good. It's so good. I think I've played the Lucid Rhythms chart. Is there one of those, Liam? I feel like I've played that. I've not played Urban Fragments, though. So we get a trophy. We get some more story. The reality hasn't hit me yet, but we won, right? And to think that we were considered to be the weakest team in this Grand Prix. We managed to set an unprecedented record by winning 4 perfect races. It's all because of you. Without you, we'd still be the weakest team. Oh, the phone. Excuse me for a moment. Hello? Crispin speaking. What? What was that? You want me to manage the team again next season at double the salary? What kind of man do you think I am? You can't buy me with money, you clueless moron. Sorry about that. That was a clueless moron. I mean, our owner. You heard what just went down, right? I'm sorry I have to do this to you, but this win allows me to make a clean break and quit as the manager of this team. Yes! Get away from the manipulative team boss, please. Owner, whatever, team owner. Although I haven't given much thought about the future, I'll take this opportunity to figure my life out. I want to live a life where I'm happy about whatever I'm doing. I thought about this as I watched you race in this Grand Prix. Well then, it's time to say goodbye. Take care. The duality of Christmas. Triples its scroll rate? Holy crap. Hold on, there's more. To Chrisman_family at digracingteam.com. Coming home. Dear family, I hope you're having an uneventful weekend. For the first time in my life, I was able to say what was on my mind. I'll never forget the look on the faces of those who were around me at the time. It's so strange. Normally, I'd be at home with you now, and I'd watch this Grand Prix as an armchair race manager and not as a participant. I was able to make a new friend this season. He taught me something important. The courage to believe. I've never been happier in my life. I'll be home soon. Your loving husband and father. So good. So good. Mail City! I talked about the JogCon earlier. Sequence was driving all along, yeah. Surprise! Now we get this ending. And while the credits are rolling, I'm gonna plug in the memory card. Hopefully it doesn't, like, cause any issues with the disc reading. Be right back. We didn't even get to the credits yet. Here we go.
Here he comes again, running like the open wind. Yeah.
Cannot believe I got that on stream. Oh.
Can you feel the heat when the tires hit the street, moving to the beat?
Alright. We got 3 more. We got a long way to go, but we got the hard one out of the way. Thank you, Galaga. Thank you. Pocket Station Programmer. Thank you, Galaga. Thank you for the 300 bits. Oh. I think the hardest thing to do from now on will be the extra trial for Dig Racing Team and Lizard. It's gonna be really difficult, but you'll see that later. I do not own a Pocket Station, but this is one of the 2 games on the US PS1 releases that is still compatible with it. They're not that bad. I can probably beat the Assoluto and Tarazi trials first try. Probably. But Dig Racing Team is going to be very hard. Yep. Kimara Lovelace. I feel like I've seen her name somewhere else. Oh, what Beatmania posters did you got? Alright, so this is the only time we'll watch the credits. We've also watched the intro for the Grand Prix, so we can skip that next time. So it'll be a little bit quicker. Frog Nation. Additional production support by Frog Nation. Beast Rover. Gotcha, gotcha. We have a The Final poster. We have 6 style, Troopers, Tricoro, and Cannonballers. I think that's it. Huh, I did not know that, Mail City. That's cool. Oh, you got the B2. Okay. I think we have one B2, but we have like almost all B1s. A marquee for the final would be very cool. Very cool. Yeah, the copy of the poster is pretty good. Alright, so we got a new car, and a new game mode. Alright. And a new decal, which we'll put on when we have a chance. We have to do extra trial for that. I am going to save, just to make sure the memory card is inserted correctly. There's the pocket station, by the way. What? Not formatted. Hold on. A little worried about that not formatted thing. I'm gonna try a different memory card. There we go. I'll just transfer it over if I need to. I'm pretty much just using it just in case we fail a race, so that we can get all the best dialogue. The new decal gives you gives your car plus 5 HP. Like if you get a Galaga decal, it gives you plus 50 HP. Just in case you didn't know, Galaga told me that fact earlier. All right, so we're gonna do the second hardest team now. RTS. RTS is still pretty tricky. Their cars do not handle as well. Well, I should say their later cars do not handle as well as the Dig Racing Team cars. However, generally the AI is easier with them. So, oh, I didn't actually read the text. I'm sorry. This is Enki Gilbert. Welcome. Let me start by making one thing clear. RTS is a team for the chosen few. We're expected to win this Grand Prix as a matter of course. Our drivers must always demonstrate their ability to win the race. Now, don't dwell on it too much, son. Just do what I say and you'll be fine. What? You have any objections? Good. Now, which manufacturer do you want to use this season? This is the only time you'll get a chance to voice your opinion. Oh, by the way, I'm Enki Gilbert, the owner and manager of this team. You're expected to uphold the honor of RTS. There will be no excuses, only results. Keep that in mind. You miss Crispin? Enki Gilbert isn't that bad. You'll see. Report car modifications to the UK? I've kind of heard a little bit about it. Stickers and decals, interesting. Alright, so here's Assoluto, an Italian auto manufacturer. Their car designs are characterized by fluid, sporty body styles. And they are drift cars. Let's get to it. Part-time hat from Domino's, yeah. Alright, so we got the Promessa, which is 10 miles an hour faster than the Dig Racing Team starting car. 10 miles an hour faster, and you have easier opponents. Oh, Galaga. Based on your request, we've selected Assoluto to sponsor us for the season. The tail ends of this manufacturer's cars have a tendency to slide based on steering and accelerator input. The new car is here, and we're ready to go. The first heat is starting. Do your best. They've broken the decal barrier. Okay. Didn't know that was a thing. Yeah. Agrees, Train. Also, this is the short-haired RTS girl. It's very late on that. It's not gonna matter at all. This car is just gonna trounce everybody. As I said, it handles a lot better than the DRT team cars in the first heat. The second heat is pretty similar, and then the third and fourth it handles worse. Alright, full speed here, easily. Super woo decal. Oh my god. Ah! Oh, that's okay. We're fine. So the Pack Racing Club is our main opponent as RTS. RTS is usually the top opponent otherwise. But we will have to deal with Pack Racing Club here. But generally they're not too much of an issue. Oh, hello. Yeah, it definitely makes some peakers, Party Bus. I've wanted to put peakers on my car for a while, but I keep like I keep like going back and forth in my head on it. I don't have a lot of real estate space on my windows in my car, so I can't really put anything on the back window because I won't be able to see out of it. And then the side windows, I've only got, you know, my side window and my passenger side window, and that's it. You can go feral because you can make anything, yeah. Only put them on the rear windows. Got it. I would probably put mine on my, like the back half of my, like, driver and passenger side. We'll see though. We'll see if I get any. Well done. Let me congratulate you on your win. However, your driving still needs work. You'll never make it beyond the second heat at this rate. If you want to avoid that disgrace, improve your driving during the first heat while there are no strong competitors driving against you. Do you understand me? Show me what you're made of on the second race. An RTS driver would never shy away from that challenge. Yeah, I've thought about that too, Party Bus. Oh, it's going good. I managed to get through DRT Lizard, all first place on the first try, so the rest of the game should be fairly easy in comparison. Also, I don't know if you're talking to me, Galaga, about the Tsurikawa, but it's really hard to install on an MX-5.
2, 1, go!
I'm accelerating too late in this car. I need to start accelerating earlier. Yeah. That's why I got the little flag girl. I don't know if Arya's still here, but Arya sold me a little flag girl keychain from FGO. So she's sitting underneath my passenger side sun visor right now. I mean, I got it when I was in Chicago, but I was only there with it for like a year or so. But you kind of have to be able to work from home on the very snowy days, you know? Look, all I'm saying is you could move to Maryland. Rust is a problem on all NAs, from what I understand, so... I don't know much about Rust on NBs and NCs, and I don't think there's any NDs old enough to have, like, significant Rust yet, but... all NAs have Rust issues, unfortunately. I think it's just a characteristic of that era. Yeah, we're thinking about a house right now. And one of the things I said is, as long as we have like a driveway, or we can make a driveway, we can like at least put a cover over the driveway, and I would be okay with that. Because I don't think it's within our budget to get a garage. Like, as long as you don't mind having the Guitar Freaks arcade cabinet in the house, that's fine. Which, let's just say, if we get a house and I have the Guitar Freaks arcade cabinet in the house, expect some Guitar Freaks V8 streams. I think I can do that with this capture card. Yeah, the family thing isn't really a concern for me, so... Another best game? Yeah. The 3 Guitar Freaks fans in the US. 2 of them in the same stream right now. There's more than that, but... First again, eh? Not bad, considering it's the first heat. Besides, if you were incapable of performing at this level, I would think you were incompetent. I see signs of genius in your driving skills, but you're relying too much on your natural talent right now. While this may have allowed you to clear the first heat, this won't work for you in the second heat. You must think about the race rationally. Relying on instinct alone may cost you your life someday. Ooh, eerie. Alright, we are gonna save. Alright, safety save complete. I would suggest getting a guitar. I like it a lot.
Ready to roll.
In the West? Basement DDR, oh my god. Yeah, the guitar is really good. I agree. Alright, so... the Fatalita from Rage Racer, the 3rd in the series on console. Has a max speed of 132, so we're still above the 125 that Dig Racing Team had, right? By quite a bit still. 7 miles an hour. Oh yeah, mattress is a little more important. I decided to get a new car for the second heat. This car is set to run at maximum speed. I believe this is the best that we can do at this time. But only drivers with exceptional abilities are expected to drive this car at its maximum performance limits. In addition, I hear the other teams have upgraded their cars as well. The competition will be fierce. To accept all that lies ahead and to achieve victory. That is the way of RTS. If you understand me, go on. The race is about to begin. Alright, Enki. I won't disappoint you. Don't worry. Poppin' is also a really good game, by the way. I approve of that.
99 in Edge of the Earth.
So I think we want to go to 4th in this car.
3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, I went to 5th anyway.
3 laps to go.
A mini-con, interesting. I think it has been... It might have been over a decade and a half since I've played on a mini-con. See, Otakon 2006, 2007, something like that? So yeah, it's been over 15 years. Yeah, they're cheap. Oh. They are cheap. I would say if you really like the game though, like trying a mini-con, don't spend too much time on the mini-con. Upgrade to an ASC because you can really mess up your muscle memory for stuff like blue-white chords and red-yellow chords by playing on a mini-con, because you're supposed to do that with 2 hands and not 1. But on the mini-con you can just kind of spread your hand easily and hit them. Let me know how it goes either way. Poppin' is a game that is close to my heart, so... I mean, I don't blame you. Not a lot of people, like, have mini-cons anymore, it seems like. I think most people make their own ASC or like get one from DAO or something. But it's a good way to like figure out if you want to get into the game. Right, so we have to figure out Enki Gilbert's arc here. What's eating Enki Gilbert? PMS charts, huh? It's another thing I used to be really into. I haven't played recently because of my hand, but definitely take a look at... I know this isn't strictly PMS, but Toy Musical, Toy Musical 2, and Toy Musical 3 are all like... I don't want to call them compilations, they're like fan-curated versions of PMS stuff, so... Well, I wouldn't play the packs. I would literally download the application for it. Because it's supposed to run on a specific application, otherwise some of the charts won't work correctly. So... yeah, Toy Musical came out in like 2006 or 7. Toy Musical 2 came out in 08, I think. And 3 has been going on for a really long time. It's still active. So let me know, Liam. I'm pretty curious to see it. Fantastic! You achieved great results without bowing to pressure from your competition. Bowing to pressure? The crew is elated that their efforts on our new car paid off. The goal we seek is on a higher plane than this, but you are close to that ideal. The final race of this heat is next. Look at that genuine smile. We can advance to the final GP if you win. Our search for perfection will continue there. Nothing must be allowed to get in the way of achieving our goal. Yep, Nanashi Groove and Nanashi Groove 2. If you download them from the actual, like, Toy Musical, like, home pages or whatever, it should come with the theme and everything you need. It's a little tricky to set up, but... Ushanka? I am unfamiliar with what that is.
Real Racing Roots 99 in.
Alright, this is the last time we'll see, RTS girl over there.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oop, that's fine. So for the rocket starts, you have to get used to the different acceleration of every car in the game. But thankfully it doesn't matter too much after Dig Racing Team. We should be fine. The handling in this car is about equal to the DRT car from this this particular heat that we had. But then it's gonna get a little bit worse. Oh, the big Russian hat. Yeah. The one that keeps you warm. Staba, welcome. How are you doing? Okay, third place. Have plenty of time here. I'm not getting close enough to the inside of that corner. That's why I'm missing that. You're super tired, Sonamui. I hope you can rest well when you do go to sleep. But it's nice seeing you. Is it morning over there? Let's see, what time is it here? It's probably like 9 o'clock p.m. my time. So it's gotta be like, what is that? 8 a.m.? Hashiji? Morning. I thought so. Maybe some coffee will help. Oh, I was off. 10:50. You're already seeing like how much easier it is with RTS to win these races. They're so much easier. Another first place. Well done. You are one step closer to the perfect race. But when you think you've reached that point, perfection slips away as if to mock you. That's the nature of perfection. In pursuit of this goal, I have sacrificed many people in my life who were important to me. And so the final GP is up next. The Chosen gather here to battle against each other for victory. There is no turning back now. Yeah, the first team I did was the hardest. We're gonna go the most difficult down to the easiest, and then we're gonna do the extra trials. As long as I don't make any mistakes, I should be able to get through them. Shouldn't take too long. But you will probably be asleep before I finish if you go to bed at the time you normally go to bed. When I see you head out from my streams. We'll see.
You've got a new card ready to roll.
If so, you can always watch the replay later. Alright, got a new car. Max speed plus 18. So this is the Infinito. Max speed is 151, so we are slower than the Dig Racing Team Lizard combo. And we have worse handling now, but the AI is still easier. I decided to get a new car for the final GP. I chose the highest performance car I could get at this time to give you the power you need to excel. Naturally, the car will require considerable skills to master. The other teams have also upgraded to new cars, so the competition will be more than ready for battle. I know in my heart that you will be able to overcome these difficulties and win. This is all I have to say. I'm counting on you. Lizards are pretty fast. They can be. They can squirm their way over pretty quickly. Also, when they're catching flies, they're very fast. If I remember correctly. Oh, she's still there. Oh. Okay, that's not good. We'll see. We still might be able to win easily. We'll see how I do. Not a good start, though. There we go. We're already in fourth, even with that crappy start. Do you think this one's easier? I think this one's slightly easier with the Negcon. Alright, we should be fine here. Just don't bomb this corner. Okay. So yeah, tuning is definitely the AI difficulty. I made a lot of mistakes there and I still managed to win easily. Yeah, most of them are easier. There's a lot of corners you can take at like completely full speed. Full acceleration, no drifting or anything. Only with the Negcon. Team Mappy reached the final GP, eh? I thought Sophie was still a child, but she's holding her own. PRC, that's a team I've never heard of. The manager is Shinji Yamazaki. Or Yazaki. Yazaki? So the Grim Reaper returns. What is he doing back in this Grand Prix? What is he up to now? Oh, it's you. Well done. Your performance in the final GP is superb. The crew's efforts on the car have paid off. No, it's nothing. I feel a bit tired, that's all. Do your best on the next race, but don't take any unnecessary risks. Thanks, Enki. I'll do my best. Alright, brightest night. Should be fine. One of the easier ones generally.
Real Racing Roots 99 in Brightest Night.
So after this campaign is over, we're pretty much set.
3, 2, 1, go!
There we go.
It's time. 3 laps to go.
Because the grip cars are really, really easy to win with. And the teams that they're on are much easier. A much easier AI difficulty. I should not be in 4th going into 3rd at this point in this race. When I was on Dig Racing Team doing this race, with a faster car, I didn't even get to 3rd until the 2nd lap. I had a perfect lap. Yeah, party bus. They're good. Let's go. It'll be an easy one here. Here's PRC. Jump over? Nope. I didn't see you there. Yeah. Standing right next to them. You can see my lap times are much slower than with DRT as well. Maybe we can get a 1 minute flat here if I have a perfect ending. It's a little bit of a bad corner, but we'll see. I don't think I can get a 1 minute flat in the RTS car though. We'll see. 7, 8, 9, 1. Oh, she's done it! Yes, it's very good. It's very good. Land on the other car and let them carry you to save gas. Like a 1980s arcade game. She's gaming. I'm doing my best. Alright, hard race is up next. Heaven and hell. 2 perfect wins in a row. Your driving skills are so good, it almost frightens me. It may sound ludicrous, but I am really afraid. It is true that I have been searching for the perfect race, but this perfection will take all that is important away from me. I've been unable to escape this fear ever since Yazaki reappeared. The 2 remaining races. I'm not ordering you to win them. Whatever you do, don't push yourself over the edge. I beg you. Ah. So we see his true nature. Heaven and hell or heaven? Oh, come on, Liam. You already know the answer to that. If it has classic in the genre, it's gonna be one of my favorites. So I would say that.
3, 2, 1, go!
We got the boost! We got a double boost. That's kind of hard to do. Alright, let's try and get this corner. No. Maybe? It wasn't that bad. Nice answer. I don't know if I ever told you, Liam, but I once had a nightmare that there was a Poppin' tournament where nobody picked any classic song in the entire tournament. And that was why it was a nightmare. I'm pretty sure that there have been tournaments like that, but I never want to be in one. True, true. I was worried about that. I was genuinely worried about that. God, the difficulty is just so different in this car. Go. We do it again. Oh, cut it too much. We've made mistakes, and we're still like solidly in first on the second or the beginning of the third lap. That was not the case in the other GP. Go. Too early. Good times. Good times. Poppin' tournaments are so hype. They're so good. Thanks. Thank you, thank you. I just bonked my headphones against the noise guard for the speaker. Sorry. For the mic. 3 perfect races. Who do you think you are? Are you trying to tell me that you're seeking perfection? Are you trying to prove me wrong? I understand. I understand what you want to say. I know now that you won't listen to me. The final race is up next. I want to cheer you on, but I can't seem to find the right words. Leave me alone for a while. Yeah, same, Liam.
You've got a new car ready to roll.
So, mild spoilers, you'll get to hear more about this in a minute, but Anki's got some serious trauma. So, we got the Squallow, max speed 206. So we're now 3 miles an hour down from the Dig Racing Team cars. This is the final gift from RTS to you. We got a new car for the final race. It's a speed demon capable of going faster than 186 miles an hour. This is it. Do your best. This is your chance to run the race your way. But no matter what, come back. Come back alive. So, 186 miles an hour is kind of an in-joke. A Japanese in-joke that's been used for a long time. Over 300 kilometers an hour. You'll see it in a lot of manga, anime, video games. That's what they're referring to.
3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, good. Okay, this race should not be a problem. Alright. Already in 5th, 1 lap in. Do you know where we were in with DRT? We were still in 8th. I'm pretty sure. We didn't even pass first place until lap 5 with DRT. We're gonna be 2 laps earlier with this team. Probably, if I get this corner right. Just cruise our way to the end. We'll get to find out what's up with Anki. Oh, see the fireworks? Done it. 2 down. Let's hear what the announcer has to say. Too easy.
Excellent! Picture perfect finish by Team Sutherland. Everyone knew you'd leave the competition in the dust. Even I knew it was meant to be. That's right, this race was an all-or-nothing gig for you. If you didn't win the championship in the Grand Prix, your team would have lost everything. Kept your grace under pressure and really came through with flying colors. Your team should really be called Team Speed. So let's celebrate your victory. A toast to the #1 speed king in the world. A toast to the spirit of Italian racing.
All right. So, I would suggest you don't leave yet, because we're about to use the grip cars. And it's at least seeing how they function quite differently from the drift cars, the traditional Ridge Racer style. It is a little bit weird, hard to get used to, but not too bad. You came back. I'm glad. I'm so glad. You won the entire Grand Prix and managed to achieve 4 perfect wins during the final GP for a new record. You're amazing. A perfect race. You answered the challenge that I was afraid to undertake. I was unable to break through that barrier. You showed me that it was possible. Thank you. I'm blessed for meeting a driver like you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now we get to see what's going on. Enki Gilbert, the mastermind behind RTS, is known as the Lion because of his lion-like ferocity and stoic discipline. But the man was only a shadow of his former self during this Grand Prix. He had never allowed his personal emotions to color his judgment during a race until now. Perhaps the trigger for this change was the chance meeting with his new driving ace. The harsh words directed at this driver was his way of showing unconditional trust. The weakness he showed during the final GP was perhaps an expression of his paternal feelings towards the driver. After the loss of his son Giuliano, Gilbert always fought his fear of losing someone important to him. Now that he's won the battle, RTS is a force that must be reckoned with. Jim Lyle, Racing Journal. P position. So there you go. Now you know. Alright, so we'll skip that. New car has been added to garage mode. Let's go. New decal has been added to garage mode. And we're going back in. So this time, we're going to do PRC and Tarazi.
Welcome to the Real Racing Roots 99.
4 racing teams welcome you to join them. Once again. Also, I need to read this because I didn't last time. An elite Italian team with a record number of GP victories. Their cars are tuned for high performance. Alright, so this is what we're going to be doing this time. A new Japanese team competing for the first time this season. Their cars are tuned for balanced performance. So, you're the punk who's supposed to give us a winning season, huh? A name experienced punk at that. I'm Yazaki, the manager of this team. I can't believe those bozos at the top, sending me an inexperienced rookie like you. Well, since our team doesn't even register a blip on the racing fans' radars, the worst you could do is ruin our non-existent reputation. By the way, our benefactors upstairs have agreed to let us choose the sponsor we want for this season. So, what do you say? Why don't you amuse me by choosing the car you want? Alright, I will. Yeah, this is, I think this is who people remember the most. Him or Sophie. Alright, so we're gonna do Tarazi this time. A Japanese auto manufacturer, Tarazi is renowned for their varied body styles. You're definitely gonna see that. Alright, so we got the ambitious, 106 miles an hour. Not as bad as DRT, but not as good as RTS. We've got a sponsorship deal with Tarazi. Are you happy now? Their cars have excellent traction, so they handle corners very well. If you don't want to end up retiring on the first race, learn how to drive this beast. So, what are you waiting for? The first heat is about to start. Alright. So, in comparison to the other two teams, these two teams are basically a cakewalk. You might have trouble with PRC if you are just starting to play Ridge Racer games, but otherwise it's not too bad at all. Also, I like how her outfit looks like Pac-Man, because it's got the little thing on the side. Oh, too early. And also, this car handles like super well compared to the other teams. So you might see me try some cheeky full acceleration turns like this one here. We'll see if I can do it. I think it's possible. Yeah. So no need to slow down there. Cheeky corners, yeah. Stop bonking, cat. There's no need to bonk here. Alright, this one I actually have to slow down for. You can't make it full speed, but you can do just a small tap and you should be able to get through. Actually, I might be able to make it full speed. We'll try if I'm like way ahead in first. We'll give it a shot. We'll see. It'd be pretty funny if I don't have to brake for literally any corner in this circuit. Also, you'll see me when I do this jump, I usually face to the left. That's because the car likes to slide back to the right when it lands. Oh my god, you don't have to slow down at all! Holy crap. I didn't realize that. That's hilarious. You ever just turn? The helicopter. Yeah, you gotta watch out for it. The helicopter is a playable vehicle, not in this game, but in Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. Not Hot Pursuit, High Stakes 4. Need for Speed 4. Okay, so you got lucky. After all, this is only the first heat. What do you want? A pat on your head and a cookie? Give me a break. What's the matter? Did I hurt your feelings? Well, then why don't you impress me by getting first place in the next race? Fine, asshole. Alright, so back to Wonder Hill here.
Real Racing Roots 99 in Wonder here.
3, 2, 1, go!
Too early again.
Here we go! It's showtime! 2 laps to go.
Okay, so this one, I think I can take this first corner full speed. I might not be able to, but we'll see. Oh no, I can. The sharp right I'm not going to be able to, though. There's the helicopter again. Hello? Okay. Past the RTS. I might be able to take that full speed too. I did do just a tap of the brake there. So the only thing about these two teams is that their top speed is fairly low. We should still be okay. I mean, God knows the DRT cars were much slower, so... A little more brake there. You not. There we go. Also, the Tarazi extra trial is really easy to beat. You'll see when I get there. Oh, no, I definitely need to brake there. Ooh. The only extra trial I have not practiced at all is the Aj Solo extra trial. So we'll have to see what it's what course and stuff it's gonna be when we get to it. I don't think it'll be too bad. Generally, the grip cars are just so easy to handle that you don't really have to worry about too much. All of those absurd Ridge Racer trials? Probably? RRLSH. No, I have not seen them, if that's their name. I'll check them out, though. First place again? What? You got something to say to me? Alright, alright. So you didn't win because of luck. I admit it. There. Are you happy now? Those vultures from the media are circling outside for you. Why don't you hurry up and grace them with your presence? Before you go, listen up, rookie. The second heat is tougher. The competition is gonna wipe that smirk off your face if you don't watch it. Now don't go off gloating in front of the press, do you hear me? We'll do a safety save. It's probably not gonna matter, but why not? Yeah, he seems kind of rude. He's a little worse than Enki starting off with, but he gets kind of buddy-buddy with you, as you'll see.
You've
At least that's what I remember. It's been a while since I've gone through his actual campaign. Alright, so Tarazi's designs are kinda wild. As evidenced by this car, the Wild Boar. Max speed 125, so we're equal to DRT here. And you gotta remember, DRT kept getting faster and faster. Hey kid, have you been to the garage yet? We got you a new car for the second heat. The geezers at the top were blown away by your performance, so they went to town and got you the best. But you gotta remember that the other teams have new cars as well. We still have our work cut out for us. This is the best that we can do for you. The rest is up to you. Go get him, kid. Alright. Have you been to the garage yet? Oh my god. That is a good point.
Real Racing Roots 99.
I still can't get over her outfit.
Of the Earth. 3, 2, 1, go! Here we go. It's 3 laps to go.
Alright, so something they don't tell you about the grip car manufacturers, the back of the car slides out. In real cars, this is more like a slip angle type thing, if you want to look up slip angle. It's basically what it is. But it's a characteristic of the handling of the grip cars that's kind of hard to get used to if you're not used to it in Ridge Racer games already. But once you've played a few of them, it gets a little bit easier. I think I can take this full speed. Yep. Oh, I didn't check out her boots. I'll have to do that next race. Yeah, if you just want to have a chill experience playing Ridge Racer, and you don't want to play a drift team, this is probably the team for you. Just enjoy your Ridge Racer Type 4, your great music, fantastic visuals, fun gameplay. Hey, come on. Don't be like that. One is red and the other's yellow. Oh my god. Yeah, for sure. I like Ridge Racer Revolution quite a lot, but you can still have like a pretty difficult race in that game. And the music is a little bit more tense. Ridge Racers 2 PSP is also really good. Yeah, the original is great too. I don't like 5 very much, funny enough. I think I like Rage Racer more than 5, and Rage Racer is just like pretty good. I think it's just because all the cars in 5 feel so heavy to me. They just feel super heavy. It's not like Ridge Racer at all. Whereas in every other Ridge Racer game, they feel like they're like featherweight, you know? Yeah, I need to play more Ridge Racer, but we'll see. Whoa, way to go, kid! Even though you had a high-performance car, an average driver wouldn't have been able to drive it as well as you did today. Maybe you're better than Giuliano. Oh, never mind. I'm talking to myself. The last race of this heat is coming up. Don't get cocky and start slacking now. You got me? Ah, so he's got ties to Giuliano, huh? And he stopped being such an asshole to us. Feels like the boost games without the boost. I mean, that's fair. I feel like Ridge Racers 2 struck the right balance between boost and no boost. So she does have mismatching beats. That's interesting. Oh, too late. Too late on the shift. Yeah, the hard AI is really difficult in 5. So is this possible? Not quite. Yeah, it's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. So I've been trying to unlock the tuned Denver Toreador in Ridge Racer 5, and I just cannot do it on hard. I just can't do it. Like, I have everything else in the game pretty much. But that Denver Toreador eludes me. I still need to do 99 trial and the Pac-Man trial, but like, and a few of the oval engines, but everything else is done. You can see that super hard corner that I got 0 times tonight. No problem in the script car. Is there a boost mechanic in 5? I thought there was just like normal start. I know 5 has like a significant slipstream though. I might be able to do that completely with the MMM car in our next Grand Prix. Ooh. Gotcha. Yeah, that's pretty much how I felt. Like, even traffic can cause you to just, like, not even be able to qualify. Which, compared to, like, these games, where it's more about not making your own mistakes, is really frustrating, you know? Because it feels like it's not your fault if you get caught in traffic. A lot of times it feels like it's just the AI being cheap. First again. Another first in the second heat? Yeah, you're the real deal. You're a genius. Man, nothing's gonna change how I feel about you now. You can go and mess up any way you like, but I'll stand behind you 100%. Here he goes, buddy buddy. The final GP's coming up. It ain't no picnic, but you got me all worked up about it. Okay, I didn't need to know that. Shinji, pilot the Pack Racing Club car, or else Cat will have to?
You've got a new car ready to roll.
So my heart is bad, yeah, pretty much. That's what I identified anyway. Alright, so we got the Starlight. 145 miles an hour. We're falling behind here. Falling a little behind. We got the best car we could for the final GP. The suits upstairs love you, so they put a lot of dough into the new car. But I heard rumors that the other teams went to town on their cars as well. The competition is going to be fast and wicked. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out. Well, a little competition ain't going to get you down, right? I know that's not your style. It's our chance for victory, kid. Go get 'em. I shall. Alright, Phantom Isle again. Should have no problem here.
Real Racing Roots 99 in Phantom 3, 2, 1, go! Here we go. It's showtime. 3 laps to go.
Can it be done? Oh, it can be done! Okay, we have to slow down there. That's for sure. I don't think we can do this. Yeah, we have to slow down here. Oh my god, we're already in third. God, it's such an entirely different game. Look at this, I'm way ahead! And it's only lap 2. God. They got in the way. Alright, well. That wasn't hard. Oh my god. It's so different. Okay, let's see what Shinji has to say. Right on, kid! Great race. Just like I expected. Investing in that new car paid off. You know, you're gonna be famous now. It's not a bad way to make your debut. We've got some fans already. Check out this fax we got today. To everyone in PRC, I hope things are going well for you. I just had to send this fax to congratulate you on your successful season so far. I think no one thought that a new team like PRC would be doing this well on their first year of competition. Everyone's been talking up a storm about you guys. The press think you're going to win RRR. Well, I'm just happy that my favorite team is doing so well. Oh, by the way, I have to stay neutral about the team I like because of my job, so... Can you keep this fax a secret? Good luck, PRC. Your fan, Reiko Nagase. There she is! Yes, I already debuted it. Alright. Brightest nighttime. We got this. Easy. Easy! Yep, there she is.
Real Racing Roots 99 in Brightest Night.
I think this used to be my favorite track. I don't know if it still is.
2, 1, go! Here we go! 3 laps to go.
I think I actually like the shorter version of this track better now, actually. I know I said actually twice, but whatever. She wants to remain anonymous and puts her name in a full picture of herself, or full name in a picture of herself, yeah. No, I did it again! I made the same mistake I made in another race. I gotta remember the computer likes to stay on the left there. Yeah, both versions of this course are good. There we go. Alright, we're gonna be back up to Waldeus von Dovejack's famous race next. It's so much easier when I don't have to drift to the left, though. It's much easier to do a grip turn to the left. At least for me. On the Negcon. Although we're gonna have to do some left drifts once we start doing the extra trials, so... You will see that. Okay, there's another one done here. 2 more races, and then we got one more GP. One more. Thank you everybody for hanging around, by the way. I know this is going to be a long stream, but I appreciate y'all chilling. Alright, let's see what Shinji has to say this time. Yeah? Say what? What does Giuliano have anything to do with this? Dragging my past through the dirt, huh? Back off! Those press scumbags. They make me want to puke. Hey, what are you doing here? That phone call? No, it has nothing to do with you. Sorry. Pay no attention to it. So you've gone through the finals unscathed so far, huh? You're just a monster driver. You're so good, I think everyone else is about to give up. There are 2 more races left. Let's do it. Alright, I got your back. I got your back.
Real Racing Roots 99 in Heaven and Hell.
Also, when we do the Mappy team, I actually haven't practiced with them at all.
1, go!
So I might get exposed with them. We'll see. Oh, big mistake. Come on, cat. Mappy's easy. I hope so. I think I practiced PRC just to get used to the grip physics, and that was it. I was like, Mappy should be fine. I don't know how I made that without hitting the opponent, but I did. Get by here. Try and take this corner correctly this time. There we go. See what kind of lap time we can do here. Ooh, not a great corner. That's okay. Uh-oh. Got a little overzealous there. Better. Still think we're gonna be around the 112 area though, with those two mistakes. Yep. Alright. Okay. RRR backstage drama. Former RTS driver Yazaki breaks 13 years silence to return as a PRC manager. The truth behind ace driver Giuliano's death. Excuse me. The Yazaki link revealed. Looks like the cat's finally out of the bag. That was my mistake. As his teammate, I should have yielded my track position to him. It was as if I killed Giuliano myself. press hounded me to death, and I thought I would never come back to racing. But the years helped me deal with that mistake. To redeem myself, I wanted to keep a promise I made with Giuliano, to win the RRR Grand Prix. Sorry, that's enough of my sob story. You somehow remind me of Giuliano, even though you don't look like him at all. Oh, by the way, I'm completely blown away by your 3 perfect wins. The final race is coming up, so why don't you rest up? Alright. Final PRC race. Then we'll just have Mappy to do.
You've got a new car ready to roll.
There she is. The Destroyer. Max speed 199. So, not the fastest here. That's okay. The final race is up next. We have a new car that's tuned for high-speed racing on the final track. She's a real speed demon, kid. The crew worked on fixing her up all night long. She's perfect now. You'll probably have to deal with the driver from RTS in this final race. Old man Gilbert's team is no joke. Well, we can't stick our tails between our legs and run away now. Come on, kid. This one's for you, Giuliano. Alright, let's do it for Giuliano.
We're racing Roots 99 in Shooting Hoops. 3, 2, 1, go! Here we go. It's time.
Easy every time. Alright. Easy. Like taken first from a baby. I love the lighting effects from the fireworks too. You can see it on the track. Here we go. 3 down, 1 to go. No, I skipped it! Oh, we didn't get to hear what he says. I'm sorry. Okay, maybe I won't make saves for Mappy. And then we can go and beat that again after I do everything else. You did it! You really did it. You won the Grand Prix. And 4 perfect wins to boot. You just had to get yourself into the record books, too. When you came around the final turn, I don't know how it happened, but I found myself right by the finish line. And I saw it with my own eyes, kid. I saw you crossing the finish line. The same finish line Giuliano and I failed to cross 13 years ago. Can you hear the crowd, kid? It's good to be here. It's good to be back. What am I babbling about? Man, seems like this team's made up of a bunch of emotional crybabies. Get out of here, kid. The press is waiting for you. No one else. Remember, you're the one who won. Alright, epilogue time. A new beginning. Giuliano, memories can be cruel. If only I had stopped you that time, even if I had to hit you, my guilty conscience would be with me forever. I was able to keep our promise today, although someone else had to fill your shoes. That kid is good. Maybe even better than you. Giuliano, will you forgive me if I have a dream again? A man can change as long as he lives. If you want to race again with the kid who taught me that, I want to race again with the kid who taught me that. And so began the legacy of the PRC. This is probably the real ending, where you become the Ridge Racer. Wow. Here she comes again. Okay, I gotta not skip that ending replay when I play Mappy.
Ridge Racer Type 4.
Welcome to the Real Racing Roots 99 Grand Prix.
Okay, it's time. The final Grand Prix. Where are we here? RC Micro Mouse Mappy. A French team with cars renowned for ease of handling. The team also has a new owner for the season. Tuning is easy. There she is. Bonjour. Welcome to Team Mappy. Who? Me? I'm Sophie Chevalier. I'm the owner of this team. Are you surprised? Then I'll see you at the finish line. You'll come in first, right? Oh, and by the way, can you choose a car manufacturer you want? And can you choose one that's stylish? Oh, right. If there's anything else you need, just ask Donald Lewis, the manager. He's taking care of the details for me. Alright. So, we're gonna pick Aj Solo, grip manufacturer here, a French auto manufacturer. Their designs focus on compact, aerodynamic body styles. So we got the Profiti. Max speed is only 99. We didn't even break 100. It is Mappy time. Our sponsor this season is Aj Solo per your request. The new car is here and it seems to be ready. I think. I heard that this car has great traction, so it handles corners very well. Donald said that to me, but I have no idea what it means yet. The first heat is coming up. Don't be shy and go for first place, okay? Just a little 99 miles an hour mouse. Well, when you put it that way, it seems pretty fast. Alright. Let's do our best here.
Real Racing Roots
Oh, she's
99
cute.
in Helter Skelter. 3, 2, 1, go! Here we go.
Cool, we got the boost start.
Let's go.
Go get your cheese. Oh my god. So easy. Just eats up those corners. I thought we might be able to get first on the first lap, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Oh, it might work. Bonk. I don't think I can do that with any other team. Let's have a nice chill run. Also, I like the Klonoa advertisement on the side there. Namco was really pushing Klonoa at this point in time. Is Pac-Man after Mappy? What do you mean, the Pac-Man car? I'm not even close to getting the Pac-Man car. After I finish Mappy, I will have 20 of the 320 cars. Yeah, I'm not doing Pac-Man tonight, don't worry. So after Mappy, we're doing Extra Trials, which gives us the special bonus cars. Oh, the team! The Pack Racing team? Yeah, that was the one before this. So we're on the last team now. It's okay. Wow, that's fantastic. Is this normal? It's not, right? You disappeared all of a sudden, then came right back. I couldn't keep up with your pace. Oh, I can't stand around here like this. I must call Father up. I'm gonna report the race results and declare war on him. What? What, you don't understand? You see, I promised my father I'd quit as the owner of this team and get married if the team didn't win this season. So, do your best and win the second race for me. Please get first place, okay? Alright. Okay. Ignore you? I'm not gonna ignore you, don't worry. No need.
Real Racing Roots 99
Reiko Nagase makes a cameo appearance in the Pack Racing Team campaign. That's the only, like, notable thing, I think. such a different game. Can you not? You're supposed to be my teammate. Can I take this full speed? Oh, I can. Oh, that's really tight, though. I have to get it perfect if I want to do that. You just wanted to say Waka Waka. Thank you, Galaga. Don't let me forget to put the decal on the car. I'm pretty sure there's a Galaga decal. If not, you can pick whatever you want for decal. But it'll be after we finish the Mappy campaign. I was singing like the whole soundtrack when I was practicing the past few days. Namco wouldn't do that to you? You're probably right. I'm pretty sure I saw it. I think there's a Druaga one, yeah. I think you can only put one decal on. Otherwise, I'd put them both on. Although we are going to be using different cars, so maybe I'll do 2 Galaga and 2 Druaga. How about that? I have to use 4 different cars. Some of them are cute. There's a Sophitio one that's really cute. Too many decals and the car blows up. Too many decals and the tax, what do you call them? The tax collectors come after you? Your performance is top-notch again. The other teams can't touch you. Donald said I shouldn't make such a fuss over first heat race results. Well, they matter to me. Father's probably not expecting us to do this well. I can just imagine the surprised look on his face right now. Second heat is coming up. The races will be difficult, but it'll be easy for you, no? I'm really looking forward to your next race. Sorry.
You've got a new car ready to roll.
Great minds think alike. Alright, so I like this car a lot. I think it looks really cool. This is the Megere. 118 miles an hour. So we're still firmly at the bottom of the pack. We got the best car we could at this time to match your great driving skills. Actually, all the hard work was done by Donald and his staff. Besides, they won't even listen to my suggestions. What do you think about this? I don't think this is a good working relationship. Oh, sorry. I'm complaining now. Forget about what I just said. Second heat is coming up. According to Donald, The other teams have new cars as well. The races ahead will be challenging. I know it's gonna be difficult, but good luck. Let's go. Yo! Galaga, thank you for gifting the sub. Liam, I hope you enjoy your sub.
Real racing.
I don't have anything incredible right now for emotes or anything, but
Of the earth.
enjoy it.
3, 2, 1, go! Here we go. It's time. 3 laps to go.
Yeah, thank you so much. Alright. You can use the sequence emotes, yeah. The best emotes. What was I gonna say? Oh, Liam, if you have time Saturday, you should stop by for the PS1 grab bag stream. I'm gonna be randomizing something like 70 games for PS1 that both people have suggested and that I'm interested in. And I'll be playing like 30 minutes of each one that comes up. Last time we got some interesting stuff. We got Floating Runner, Police Knots, Ghost in the Shell, Crash Bash. 2 others, right? What were the other 2? Motor Tune Grand Prix, Japanese, so the first game. And then there was one other one. I think. Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, if not, I'll have it up on my YouTube in a couple weeks, because I upload all my videos to YouTube afterwards. Ghost in the Shell was the standout last time. At least of the stuff that I played. Oh yeah, Brave Crew! Brave Crew was the one where I couldn't figure out how to run. It was an RPG, like an action RPG, and I couldn't figure out how to run for like 27 minutes, as Galaga said. It's a double tap to run, not a hold a button to run style RPG. We played something else too, I think. I think we played like 7 games. Yeah, Ghost in the Shell keeps getting more and more expensive. When I've wanted a copy since I was a kid. And it went up to like $60 by the time I was looking for it and I had the money as an adult, but I just couldn't find a copy. And now it's like 130 or something. It's up there now, unfortunately. Fighting game ship, yeah. Yeah, I couldn't stand how slow they made the walking. I was like, are you kidding me? Is this really how you're intended to play this game? Oh my god, 150 to 200? Jesus. Look, just sell your copy of, what did you have? You had something that was unopened. Oh, Silhouette Mirage. Sell your copy of Silhouette Mirage for a copy of Ghost in the Shell. Clearance, oh my god. Lucky. You are so lucky. That was great. It looks like your new car paid off. Your cornering around those turns was incredible. Even I know the difference between good and bad cornering. Actually, I had Donald teach me about racing. What's wrong? I just want to understand what I've gotten myself into. We'll be able to move on to the final GP if we win the next race. Let's work together to get there. I got this. How much was it on clearance, Galaga? Like 15 bucks or something? That's crazy.
99 in, out of blue. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh my god, I did it again. I don't remember. That's okay. Here's the thing though, I think she doesn't know anything because, one, she was forced to be in that role because somebody's telling her to go get married. And two, because they aren't even helping her. They're literally like trying to do all the work themselves. And assuming that she doesn't know anything. Instead of like trying to help her out. She's got no support. But yes, on the surface it does not look very good. I don't remember Sophie's story, but I'm pretty sure that's like along the lines of where it's going. I mean, look, we're not ever gonna come close to Robert Christman again. If you win, you marry her. God, I hope not. I don't think that's how it ends. That's some horny male video game dev shit. Oh, I can't quite do it. Galaga, have you ever played Lagoon? For SNES? I don't know why it made me think of that, like talking about like the whole like male fantasy game dev thing. Because I don't think it's a part of that game, but it's just very funny. Lagoon is terrible. It is absolutely a kusage, but it's funny. It's like legitimately funny how weird and bad it is. You should try it sometime. I was able to beat it in one day. It's a pretty short RPG. Oh, I did make it. Oh. Lance in a chat. So I don't know if I told you this, Galaga, but I've had, like, events, or my friends used to hold events where they would have a weekend where they all went to, you know, one specific friend's house to just play video games and get, like, all their backlog done, right? Or whatever they could from their backlog, or new games, or whatever. And that's where I actually finished Lagoon. I've had, like, 2 of those weekends myself with friends before, and I'm trying to plan another one, but we'll see if it's actually gonna happen. Yeah, your weapon is, like, minuscule. I think it goes further distance vertically than it does horizontally as well, which is funny. Yeah, it's a really good time. It's a really good time. Two first-place finishes in the second heat. That's simply incredible. By the way, can I share my dream with you? I want to win. Marriage? I don't care about that. Okay, perhaps I'm exaggerating. At any rate, I just remembered a promise I made that's more important. When I was young, I made a promise to my grandfather. I promised him I would someday follow his footsteps to bring back the victory trophy. And now, we finally reached the final Grand Prix. Only the chosen few go there to battle each other for victory. Will you make my dream come true? Okay, that's a little... loaded. She wants to marry a winner.
You've got
Oh, I
your
hope that
car
isn't the
ready to
case.
go.
I don't remember. It's been so long since I've played the Mappy campaign. Did you secretly write this? Okay, so we got the Licorn, which is 136 miles per hour. It's not great. Not looking great. Thankfully it has fantastic handling. Have you seen it yet? We got the best car to match your incredible driving skills for the final GP. When I told Father about your driving record so far, he just shut up and paid up. It's only fair. But the other teams know what we're up to as well. So I'm sure that they're putting an effort into getting new cars. I'm sure the races ahead will be difficult, but we can't back down now. We have to face the challenge head on. Remember, every ace driver starts off as a complete beginner. I don't think I'm a beginner at this point. Dating and racing sim games. Yes, there is one from Nitro Plus. It's a 18 plus racing and dating visual novel from the late 2000s. There's also one that got canned very quickly because it was like too heavy pay-for-play. Not pay-for-play, but it was like free-to-play, but you have to pay like way too much to access anything. And it was canned like immediately. There's one for the Sega Saturn. I forget the name of it. If Deca was here, he could tell me the name of it. Because Deca has a copy of it. Those are the only ones I can think of. The Nitro Plus game is more like a story about racing. You don't actually do any racing as far as I know. The game that got canned really quickly, you actually do race in. Oh, we can take that full speed. And then the visual novel for Sega Saturn that has it, I don't actually know much about. I assume there's actual racing in it, but I'm not 100% on that. Those are the three that I know of. Because of the low top speed, it's still slower to drive this car than any of the other cars. That kind of stinks. I like the Mappy team colors and everything. You're starting your own legacy. Congratulations. I was so surprised that the new car was so fast. What? You liked what I said when we got the new car? Oh, will you stop teasing me, please? Donald suggested that I give you some words of encouragement. He said it was my job as an owner of this team. Let's try and get a perfect win on the second race as well. We can do it if we all try it together. Oh no, I don't like where this is going. I don't like where this is going. It's not that one, Bubby. It is the final race is 6 laps. That is... I mean, the Phantomile race is really short. I'm not sure why it's so short and it's only 3 laps, but
Real
it is.
Racing Weeks 99 in Brightest Night.
Also, welcome back. I'm glad you stopped by.
3, 2, 1, go!
There we go.
Here we go. It's time. 3 laps to go.
R4 secretly a dating sim. I mean, it's certainly looking like it's heading to that point. It's just short track racing. Oh my god. Of course you'd say that. Bubby, it's almost time for me to get to your request, by the way. Obviously it's not gonna happen tonight, but in August, it's coming. Can we date Chrisman or Anki Gilbert? Oh my god. Anki's definitely the dad type. I feel like Robert Chrisman is just like, you know, good guy, but he's a loner in a difficult situation, you know? And then Shinji Izaki, he's like a jerk at first, but he's, you know, secretly like a tsundere. Welcome to hell! Oh my god. It's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a good time. I'm gonna have fun with Gran Turismo 2. You get to see Anki Gilbert remove his glasses. Oh my god. God. Oh my god, this car is so much slower. I think the last lap was a perfect lap, and I was 4.5 seconds slower than DRT. That risk reward in play. Also, another thing I wanted to comment on, the time limit in this game. It's really funny that there's a time limit at all because it's so freaking high. Oh my god, 104 again. Yeah, there's a time limit. There is a time limit. It's really funny. There's one other thing that I really wanted to talk about at the beginning of the stream, but I forgot. So I'll mention it in the next race. Just so it's somewhere in here. In case anyone wanted to take a leisurely drive, yeah. A perfect race again. You're the greatest. I think we might have a chance to make history. In fact, we're at a point where we can go head-to-head against RTS, Old Man Gilbert's team. No. We're not here because we're lucky. We're here because of our hard work and determination. We have 2 more races left. Let's give it our all. The Wangan time limit, yeah. Alright, so, this is probably only like the second or third racing game that I know of that has, sound effects for walls on either side. I'm gonna try and demonstrate it.
1, go! Here we go!
You can hear the wind on the left side there. You can hear it on the left there. Ooh. I only noticed this the other day when I was practicing. I was like, wait a second. It's like actual stereo sound coming from the sides when you get close to them. Already in third place. My god. Ooh. I was pressing the brake there, but it wasn't actually doing anything. I think it's because I shifted. More races until your wedding. I hope she marries Anki. Oh my god. Start a wheel company together, the Anki Wheel Company. Oh my god, y'all are ridiculous. They have a wonderful family, and they ask Robert Christman to be the godfather of their kids. And then Shinji is just like the nice neighbor. The nice uncle down the street or something. I like how I couldn't talk at all when I was doing the Dig Racing Team Grand Prix, and now I'm like thinking up whole stories in the background while I'm racing. Yes, they are bootlegged frequently. I've heard about that. Oop. Look, Galaga, we know it doesn't matter unless you got a full set of rays. If you don't have a full set of rays, you're not Instagram worthy, okay? Or you have to have the heart wheels, or the heart steering wheel. Don't shoot the messenger, okay? Shannon even showed me the heart steering wheel, and she was like, you should get this for your car, and I was like, Shannon, you do know my steering wheel has like 14 buttons on it, and this wheel has none? The rims or the steering wheels? I do like the rims. I think the rims are cute. Do you have a special steering wheel, or do you just like using the one that's in the WRX normally? The rims, gotcha. Say, did you know three perfect first place finishes in a row is a new RRR record? You accomplished this even though you're a newcomer. You're something else. Yes, I called my father up. I think his mouth was wide open in disbelief. It's not surprising. Only the final race is left now. You don't have to run a perfect race, so relax and do your best. You have a question? What is it? This ring? Yes, my fiance gave it to me. Marriage? Well, we'll see. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You are the bad guy in the NTR story. Watch out. NTR incoming. Use it for your NASCAR arc with me, oh my god. F. Yeah, I like my stock wheel a lot. Supernova. Move over. 193. Okay, so we're a little bit down. Not quite as far down as we were with the last car, thankfully. Have you seen it already? We got a new car that's tuned for high-speed driving. Donald and I determined we would need it to win. This car can't be compared with any other car you've driven so far. It's a speed demon. This car is our team's final gift to you. The other teams have changed settings on their cars as well. Your ability to focus on high-speed driving will determine if you win. And I've decided to change my hair. Excuse me? I can be fashionable and still be serious about the race. I really want to win. Come on, the final race is waiting for us. Speed demon moment. True. Is she engaged to Donald? Isn't that her dad? Or is Donald somebody different than her dad? Racing for her hand in marriage. Oh my god. Y'all are ridiculous.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh my god, the steering is so good! The handling is so good in this car. On those corners, I'm at like almost full lock in the Dig Racing Team car. Now I'm like maybe 25%. Wow. We weren't even halfway through the second lap and we're already in first. We must destroy Donald. Rip Donald. It'd be great if there's another storyline where your manager is her fiance. Oh my god. He's like, my wife left me. Yeah, Season 2? Ridge Racer Type 4 Season 2. God, I wonder if somebody could do like a ROM hack where you change up the courses and the cars and you add a new storyline with new teams. Ridge Racer Type 4 B-Spec. I mean, I'd play the hell out of it. Yeah, B-Spec. Alright, fireworks time. Gotta ring in 2000 with a bang. Look at the effects on the wall here. So cool. Alright, don't skip the replay this time, Kat. Don't skip the replay. Yeah. Rip Dig Racing Team.
Team Mappy wins! To tell you the truth, we thought your team had an Ice Cube's chance on a hot exhaust pipe of winning this race.
Oh my
We
god.
thought you guys were great last year, but after your owner got sick, we thought the team was in for a serious tailspin. The fact that the owner's pretty granddaughter took over the team this year didn't help your image at all either. You really held up the honor of your owner. Sorry, we thought you were a sad bunch of lightweights. Here's to the owner's family and the team. Congratulations! Viva la France! Viva Team Murphy!
He does get very personal. I kind of want to go back and win with PRC to see what he says, because I missed that one. We'll do it after the extra trials. But I want to make sure we get those in. Yeah, he's pretty off the cuff with it. We did it! We finally won! This is beyond words. And you did it with a perfect record. We did so well, it's scary. I have to call up my grandfather and father. Oh, before that. Merci. Merci beaucoup. It's kind of embarrassing, but I think I've become more of an adult by being in this Grand Prix. I'm gonna face my father and not back down. I want to continue as the owner of this team. There we go. Why? It's because I understand now how rewarding it is to race. Besides, I want to keep working with a wonderful driver like you. Hope we can work with each other again. Alright. Let's see what the epilogue says. The announcer is her fiance. Oh my god. He's just crying after the race. 1-1-2000. NM Daily. Sophie Chevalier, 24, the owner of Team MMM, held a press conference at a hotel after the victory celebration. Why do they always have to give the age of female characters in Japanese games? I don't understand. She announced her intentions of managing the team for the next season and the contract renewal with her team's ace driver. When the press conference turned to the controversy surrounding her arranged marriage, she surprised everyone by saying, I finally know who's important in my life. Say it's you! Say it's you! As she abruptly left the hushed press conference floor, she was quoted as saying, it might be too late, but I must tell on myself. No! No! Galaga saw it coming a mile away. RIP! I really thought it was gonna be like, it's me, myself, I'm the important one. Enki? God. Oh my god. Alright. It's time for the real hard mode. Give me a second, I will put the decals on the cars. But I need to see where the Mappy team is actually racing. Or, I mean, where Aj Solo is gonna be at. Wait, what? I thought I had those cars. Oh, they're not in my garage. Hold on. A girl cannot do that, she's gotta marry. She's 24, she's almost past the age where she can get married. Funny Japan culture joke, haha. Alright. We don't want any of the starting cars. What we want is... we need Mappy. And we're gonna put in both this car. And we're gonna switch this one. Because I don't know which one we're gonna need. We'll put in both. And And we're not gonna need this one. So we grab Pack Racing Club. We only need the highest end model here. Okay, I think we're set. We got that. We got the two mappies. We got the highest PRC, and then we've got the highest Solvalu. Assoluto. Okay. Alright, let me see what car we're gonna need to use. Actually, we can just throw the decal on both. Let's do that. Okay, so Galaga, you get the first two. I'm gonna load sample. Armadillo Racing, Bosconian. Can't read that. Dragon Saber, Black Knight. There it is! It's a bug. There's also Galaxian. Whatever the heck that thing is. Some Klonoa, Metrocross, more Klonoa, Ordyne, Sky Kid, Starblade, Techno Drive, Yoshimitsu, Thunder Scepter, Sophitia, I don't know, Reiko Nagase, Reiko Nagase, Reiko Nagase, and Reiko Nagase. Yeah, Techno Drive is quite the deep cut. Galaga, you still want the Galaga one here, or you want something else? What would you like? Yeah? Okay. Okay, do we have to apply the decal here? I think we do. So the first two we're gonna do are the two I'm familiar with. So we're gonna do this one. What? Is it on there? Can't see if it's on there or not. And then this one. Does it not let you pick the decal? Oh! I see. I see. Okay, that's fine. Let's see, what color do I want? Ooh, yeah, let's do purple. Okay. And then we'll do design. We'll do the purple for this one too. I think it's number 8. Oh, 9? I've gone too far. Oh, this is close enough. Alright, so these are going to be the first two we do. Oh wait, this is Lizard. That's not the one I want. Sorry. We want the Squallow here. And Liam, we'll get your, let me know which particular... The fighter and attacker. Let me know which particular decal you liked, and I'll put it on the other cars when I get to them. There's the purple. Techno Drive? Alright. Okay, so we know... Exit. So we'll do those two, and then we'll change the decal for Liam's too. And then we'll pretty much be done. We can listen to the final PRC thing. Alright, so we're gonna do Tarazi first. Because I think it's the easiest. This one's in shooting hoops.
3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, they're probably gonna shoot by me here, but that's okay. We'll be able to pass them if they do. If not, even better. You can see them in my rearview mirror there. And basically the name of this race is just run as perfect a race as you can and keep them behind the whole time. We're almost halfway done. I'm pretty sure the Dig Racing Team one is going to be hardest once again. You cannot use, well, I mean, you can use a Stage 4 car for it, which are the ones that are made for this race, but I think it makes it a lot harder than if you use a Stage 3 car. My nose is itchy. But I have not tried the Aj Solo trial, so we'll have to see how that goes. Still gonna save Dig Racing Team for last. Also, there's no fireworks when you play this in Extra Trial. Which is consistent with the game's atmosphere, so kinda cool. Alright, so that was pretty easy. Not too bad at all. You'll get to see the car we get later on. I'm not going to show it right now, but we did get it. So we're going to change trial. We're going to go to the Assoluto trial. This one's a little bit tough, but we should be okay. So we're going to use a Stage 4 car. And this one is in Brightest Night. Which is a little bit twisty for a Stage 4 car, but I believe I remember the route that I took, and you can actually catch up.
3, 2, 1, go!
If we fall behind, we can catch up, although hopefully we don't fall behind at all. corner is really tricky. Just because you're going so fast in this car. Oop, I forgot I need to drift there. We shouldn't get past here. We should stay ahead. Yeah, we're good. I don't know how I bonked there, but okay. We're still doing okay. I gotta drift here. We should be safe. Unless I make a really stupid mistake here, we should be done. We are considerably far ahead. Uh-oh. Come on. Oh, I see him. There we go. Had to be a little bit clutch, but I managed. Don't do it. Don't do it. Alright. Whew. Yeah, this song is fantastic. Alright. It is time for Liam's decals. So we're gonna go put them on the two Oz solo cars that we have. Good luck. There is almost no chance I'm gonna get DRT on the first try, but we'll see. Alright, Techno Drive. Okay, so we're gonna go to the garage. We'll do both solo cars here. Make sure they're purple. Is that purple? No, that's blue. There it is. Okay. And then we're also going to put it on... Where is the car that I need? Oh, the ignition. Here we go, here we go. Yeah, it would be very cool. Alright, there we go. Put it on there. Alright. So, we're gonna go check what race, the Mappy team is doing. I guess I could just do a stage 4 car and see how it works. Because I feel like stage 4 with grip is probably the way to go no matter what. I will try to no miss them. I will try, but it's gonna be quite a task in order to do that. Where are we? Out of blue. Is that the first course?
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh,
Here we go. 3 laps to go.
oh, this is the fourth course. Okay. I don't know what I was doing there. Still in first though. Honestly, I don't know how. Okay, I can't see them in my rear view. It sucks. I'm gonna bonk so much in this car, but so it shall be. Oh my god, I can take this at full speed? Are you kidding me? Bonk's revenge. Yeah. And third lap is gonna be Bonk's big adventure. Alright, we're still way ahead. She's done it? What the fuck? Perfect lap? I don't think I needed to slow down there, but I did it anyway. Oh, I didn't mean to change! That like freaked me out. Okay. I'm glad you're the... Oh my god. I still haven't played Bonk's Revenge. I need to do that. Alright, one more. The next one is the hard one. It is quite difficult. You can use the stage 4 car, but it is much harder doing that, as I said. So we're gonna use the stage 3 car. And it's a bit of a gamble. If we fall behind, we can catch up, but we have to have, like, perfect laps. This one is really hard.
3, 2, 1, go! Here we go. 3 laps to go.
Bonking there lost me some time.